Smith from Lee County 4-H to say our 4-H pledge and FFA motto.
In support of the 4-H motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world. And now the FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve. Thank y'all. Thank you.
This is your second call for Class 1 British Steers. Second call for Class 1 British Steers. We have officially begun day one of the Market Steer Show. Class 1 British Steers is in the ring. As we get started here today, we'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons. Nick grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. Growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country, and livestock judging sparked a passion that eventually led him to Blackhawk East Community College and then on to Texas Tech University. After serving as the assistant livestock judging coach at Texas Tech, Nick took a position with Sunglow Feeds. Nick currently serves as the cattle show feed specialist. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted, multi-breed cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high-quality, functional cattle across multiple breeds. Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country, including the American Royal, North American International Livestock Expo, Houston, Arizona National, Fort Worth Stock Show, and Dixie National. Let's go ahead and give a big round of applause for Nick as he is coming back for his second year. This is your first call for Class 2 British steers. First call for Class 2 British steers.
Well, good morning, and first and foremost, looking forward to the opportunity to come out here and sort through some good cattle and some awesome kids. And I think we got a beautiful morning here today. I'm just going to say one quick comment, and I mean that seriously. Some beautiful weather here with some rain. I know that there's places in Texas right now that are on fire, and certainly our prayers are to those people, but just anywhere in the Southwest right now, we could all use a good rain. So appreciative of that. And then we have an awesome set of them out here. And I think as you go down the line, we got some kids that are going to leave the ring, and we're going to have this today. Some good cattle are going to leave the ring because of the quality that we see out here. Got a young man with a black calf right here. I think from the side, you're drawn to that one's easy feed and look, his body shape, his comfort at the surface from behind or from that three-quarter shot. Just like to power him up in terms of his forerib and the way he starts right there out of the back side of his shoulder. Got a black calf. I think if you see him from about his hock up, certainly gives you a good look in terms of fresh body shape and look from his shoulders forward. His frail feature at the surface throws his balance off just a bit more than what I'd personally like to see. Got a young lady here with the Hereford. I think from his shoulders back is one you like in terms of just his hard, lean shape up high. He's got an attractive hip and hind leg. I'd like to see that comfort up front. I'd like to see just a bit more attractiveness in terms of where his shoulder and knee sits in him. A lean, high cutability steer standing there with the young man in the purple shirt. Again, as we go down the line, just a high-quality set of cattle, an even better set of kids. Let's give all them a big round of applause to kick us off here this morning.
This is your last call for Class 2 British. Last call for Class 2 British. We need Kagan O'Leary. Kagan O'Leary up to the staging area for Class 2 British.
One impressive set of them here to kick us off in Class 1. A lot of good different types and kinds. I think you immediately here in Class 1, for me personally, remember why this is so fun. You got to really dig in and see where you want to be in terms of your own preferences and biases. And I found a lot of what I like here in this first class. The calf that I used to win, I think these two elevate themselves amongst this set just in terms of their quality pieces and how they come together, and they do it in a different way. The calf that I used to win is my preference at the ground. His foot size, his added comfort to his shoulder and knee, his stoutness and attractiveness to his hip and hind leg is something that I'm drawn to. He's just a bit wilder looking from his shoulders forward. Then you put your hands on him, and that calf easily has the advantage in terms of just lean muscle shape and true product right there out of the backside of his shoulder. He has the most pin width and center stifle in this particular class, but then specifically in this pair, I think that's a major deciding factor. A calf that maybe isn't quite as just chubby bodied as a few of the cattle directly behind him, but it all matches here on this one. He looks lean and high cut ability. He's got some hard shape, and I think because of that, his body shape just matches him. Again, I like the extras in that particular calf. calf, and as he relaxes and just kind of settles into himself, a calf you can truly appreciate. The calf in second, when you initially throw your eyes on him, that one balances up awfully neat in terms of his proportions, and over the calf directly ahead of him, I like the way he comes out of his sternum and feeds into his center body, a calf that's right in terms of his top line. You see him, he's dead level right there to the back side of his shoulder, down the center of his back and out through his hip. He's attractive in terms of his skeleton on the stand. I think he reads right in terms of his just general proportions and the way that he sets down. In comparison to my class winner, he's just a shot frailer. I'd like to see him have just a bit more set to his shoulder and knee. But again, a high quality calf. I think he's got more than enough true product from up above. Really balances up appropriately here in this particular class. The red calf and the black calf that come next, I think, are a bit closer in terms of just the way that they separate themselves here in this particular class. A calf here in third that I prefer in terms of just his skeletal build. He's got more true angle built into his shoulder and knee. That's a bold, easy feeding bodied one right there. And when you step around and behind him, he still has just a bit more true squareness and shape to the upper portion of his skeleton. As you get back off of him, you'd like to tidy him up in terms of his chest floor, maybe see just a bit more elevation and extension from his shoulders forward. But I think the basics that calf does very, very well. The black calf coming here next, he does take it a shot further in terms of his extension, shoulders forward, a calf that's just naturally a bit longer bodied and still remains collected when you send him into motion, a calf that's bold in the turn to the center portion of his body. I'd like to change him right there in behind his shoulder. He wants to flatten a bit more in his heart and forward. I'd like to see him just a bit square right there to the back side of his shoulder to match his pin width when you get right in me cattle. All in all, a calf that I think you'd like to see put it all together just a bit neater, but got some good pieces. As we move down the line, you got an easy feeding one coming here next that I think as you throw your eyes on him, he gives you that good fat steer look from behind. He's just a bit flatter in terms of his general makeup. I'd like to see him have just a bit more true expression. A calf that comes here next, whoever bred this calf and the young man taking care of him, they were swinging for the fences. And I could see with some hair on this particular individual, that one has some neat pieces you could really show off. He's wild looking shoulders forward. He's good in terms of his center body depth. He's got a fairly attractive hip and hind leg. You pull the hair off of him, that's one I just like to see it put it all together just a bit neater. Shoulders forward, the way he's built in his front end, the way he starts right there out of the backside of his shoulder, just needs to all come together a bit neater. Got a calf coming here next, represents a good kind. He's easy feeding. He's got enough fat cover, a calf that handles appropriately from up above. Just like to power him up and see a few more extras throughout. Got a calf coming here next, good in terms of his shape and dimension from up above. I like that one's handle and how he feels over his 12th and 13th. Just like to see a bit more flexibility off of both ends. Got a pair of black cattle that are easy feeding, dimensional in terms of the type and kind. The calf here with this young man, like to set him back in his angles up front. Young lady needs to be just a bit more comfortable in her hip and hind leg. A very good class to kick us off here this morning. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Your results from Class 1 British Steers. First in that class is Mason Allen from Prairie Valley FFA. Second is Hope Garmer from Fisher County 4-H. Third is Carly Rathburn from Lynn County 4-H. Fourth is Avery Turner from Travis County 4-H. Fifth is Austin Netterville from Tioga FFA. Sixth is Blaze Benson from Tom Green County 4-H. Seventh is Miley Evans from Burnett FFA. Eighth in that class is Laurel Benson from Hale Center FFA. Ninth is Sutton Davis from Bear County 4-H. And 10th is Michaela Parkinson from Hockley County 4-H. This is your first call for Class 3 British Steers. First call for Class 3 British Steers. As we bring in Class 2 of the British Steers, we would like to remind you in the British division, 1st through 4th in each of these classes will make the sale. This is your second call for Class 3 British Steers. Second call for Class 3 British Steers.
Another high quality class here, and as we look back and forth, and you'll hear me get a little repetitive here today, it's just minor differences between what stands on this side of the ring and over here, but certainly a group of kids that worked hard and certainly put their all into their projects, and for that I truly appreciate them coming out here today. Young man here in the third of the lineup, I think one that's awfully close to making it to the other side. I like his flexibility. I like his easy feeding look. He still proportions neat here from the side profile outside of his chest floor. When you see him from that three-quarter shot, he's just a bit plainer everywhere than where I personally like to see here today, but certainly a good kind of cattle there. As we keep working down the lineup, a black calf here that certainly represents a good kind, easy feeding, on target in terms of his finish. Just need to see a few more extras out here today. Young lady with the Hereford here, one that I think you really like in terms of his handle. That one's lean and square to his edges. I think you like him in terms of just his touch and freshness throughout. A calf I'd like to see with a bit more flexibility off of both ends. Young man here, second from the end, stout featured, powerful kind of a calf, and that's something I'm typically drawn to when they're just a bit more flexible. A calf that struggles a bit more off his rear too than what I'd personally like to see, like to freshen him up in terms of his general appearance. Again, a good set of them. We're sending out the ring. Let's go ahead and give all those kids a round of applause.
This is your third call for Class 3 British Steers. Third call for Class 3 British Steers. Reed Shacker from Dumas FFA. Reed Shacker from Dumas FFA, if you could be making your way to the staging area. As our judge evaluates Class 2 of the British Steers, there will be 4 sale makers in this class. First through fourth will make the sale in Class 2 of the British Steers. If you're looking for information about sale slots for each class, those have been posted in the barn.
good pair of cattle here, and I think where you'd like to change one, the other one corrects him. And that's fun to see in a top pair. It makes it a little difficult on me at the end of it all. I just went with my gut. I like this black calf when he came in. A calf that's honestly, and I'll tell you his whole right off the bat, he's so wide walking, going away at times. He looks a little uncoordinated, but I think you got to almost also give him a positive at that same point. His genuine base width underneath really allows him to have some impressive body shape. I like that one squareness right there to the backside of his shoulder, and past that, I prefer his hip and hind leg. His stoutness, a feature at the surface, the way he's assembled from an attractiveness standpoint. That's a calf that I think certainly puts a lot of things together in the right way, and certainly an awfully nice class winner. Got a young lady here with a calf, and I guess the only way to say this is looks like one that was fed for this show. I love how fresh he is in terms of his shape up high, how bold he is in terms of his body type, a calf that's just on target in terms of his overall appeal. I prefer his look and extension from his shoulders forward. He's just a bit neater about his jawline and skull, how he feeds back into his throat latch and then to the top side of his crest. A calf that proportions awfully neat here from the side profile when you study him from an individual standpoint. In comparison, back to my class winner, I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee just a touch and see him just a bit truer in terms of where his toes hit the ground up front. A calf that's not near as attractive in his hip and hind leg, both on the stand and when set into motion. From up above, he's not quite as big right there to the backside of his shoulder, but he actually has a bit of an advantage right there in his center stifle and lower quarter. As I said there from the start, some good trade-offs back and forth. You pick which one you like better. I like both of them an awful lot. As we keep moving down the line, we got a dark red steer here, and I hope no one standing in the back saw that this calf kicked me right off the bat and used that for a game plan the rest of the day to work up in your class. But a calf that certainly puts a lot of things together in the right way. He's bold-bodied, he's stout-featured, he's got as big a back and as square a hip as any of them in this particular class. Still has plenty of presence when she gets it all put together here from the side profile. I'd like to reassemble him in terms of his shoulder and knee, set him back and see him just a bit neater in terms of where it lays into his skeleton. He wants to open up just a bit more up front than what I'd personally like to see to move up any higher here today. But again, a young lady doing an awesome job, an awfully nice calf standing there in third. The calf in fourth, as he first came in, just hit me as powerful and dense in terms of his type and kind. He's still all that. I like this one's bold body type. I like his squareness and true product from behind. A calf that just reads like a fat steer from the side profile with all that power and added dimension, and one that comes with just that easy feeding look. He's probably not near as neat here from the side profile. He's not near as attractive in terms of his general skeleton, but again, one that I think you really got to appreciate for just his meat animal look. Got a lighter red steer, and maybe that takes away from his just general look a touch. I still like his extension from his shoulders forward. That one's big and fresh in terms of his shape up high. He goes to the ground fairly comfortable off of both ends. Just like to see him more attractive in terms of his skeleton. From the side, he doesn't have that same shape right there through his center stifle and lower quarter to make it all come together from the profile. As we keep moving down the lineup, a dark red steer that I think you appreciate for his easy feed and look and his comfort at the surface. He's just a bit stale in terms of how he's presented here today when you study him on the handle, and then again when you get right in behind him. But again, one that I like in terms of his flexibility underneath. Got a black calf coming here next that I think represents good kind. He's sound, he's easy feeding, he's got enough dimension to move up any higher. I'd just like to see a bit more feature, a bit more dimension and squareness when you get right on the top side of the cattle. But again, a good kind there. Keep going here. We got a Hereford steer from about his hock up. I think you like his bold, round body type and just his groove and squareness when you see him up high. A calf just needs to go better. Set him back in his angles up front. See him with more flexibility in his hip and hind leg. Calf coming here next. Sound off of both ends. No major holes, just no extras. I'd like to power him up underneath. I'd like to see more bold, dense body type and just a bit more look and eye appeal there from the side profile. Calf that closes when this young man gets them all put together. He can give you a good look. Just like to change him and how he uses his spine. Like to see him go with a bit more confidence out of his hip and hind leg, but he still has plenty of fresh shape from up above. Good class there. I think certainly a high-quality top pair.
Your results from Class 2 British Steers. First in that class is Callie Fisher from Kendall County 4-H. Second in that class is London Graham from Lynn County 4-H. Third is Maria Hunson from Bell County 4-H. Fourth is Cash Parker from Bell County 4-H. Fifth in that class is Emma Parrish from Glen Rose FFA. Sixth in that class is Emily Amber from McLennan County 4-H. Seventh is Slayton Dawkins from Sinton FFA. Eighth is Alexis Alinas from Veterans Memorial Corpus Christi. Ninth in that class is Landry Allen from Prairie Valley FFA. And 10th in that class is Caleb Snoddy from Johnson County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 3 British Steers. As Class 3 makes their way into the ring, we'd like to announce that first through fourth in this class will make the sale. First through fourth will make the class, or make the sale in this class.
Well, another good set of them here, and as what I would consider a Hereford enthusiast, I'm a little ashamed of myself here this morning, leaving a lot of good Hereford cattle out here, and I think there's some good cattle still standing out this lineup. As I said there earlier, just some minor changes that I think in a few of these calves could get them across the ring. The calf that's standing second of the lineup right now, I think that one still proportions awfully nice. Here from the side profile, one that's flexible in terms of his lower joints from that ever-telling three-quarter shot. Just like to power him up in terms of his body shape and his dimension from up above. He wants to play out just a bit more than what I'd personally like to see when you step right in behind the cattle. Got a goggle-eyed calf here and a young lady doing a great job, a calf that's easy feeding. He's got plenty of dimension from up above. Just like to see a bit more look and eye appeal here in this show steer setting to move him across the ring as we keep working down the lineup. Got a young lady doing an awesome job getting this calf shown. He's got the feet and legs that I like to see. Big-footed, square-toed, flexible in terms of his lower joints. Just need to power him up in terms of his shape. See him a shot more expressive when you get on the top side of the cattle. Young man here has one that I think you like in terms of his top line, his bold body shape, one that's just a bit past his end point in terms of his freshness. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder knee. Again, a good set of cattle leaving the ring right now. These kids put in a lot of hard work, especially here this morning. Let's give them a big round of applause.
As our judge sorts through Class 3 of the British steers, there will be 4 steers in this class sale. 1 through 4 will sell in this class. This is your first call for Class 1 Shorthorn steers. First call for Class 1 Shorthorn steers.
Awfully nice pair of them here to close out in our heavyweight British. And I think, again, some good trade-offs back and forth as we turn them that last lap. I think this is the calf that you need to tie to in terms of his body shape advantage, his added squareness from up above. A calf that actually, at first glance, you might think he might be a shot tighter in terms of his hip and hind leg. He takes the longer, more athletic stride between these two cattle. I like his fat steer appearance here from the side profile for all of his added dimension. He still puts it all together with a high-quality, proportional look here from the side profile. The young man in second is winning showmanship for me. He's doing an awesome job with this calf, a calf that I think puts some neat things together. He's higher tying. He's more extended from his shoulders forward. He's still got a lean, fresh shape from up above. And then, again, he gets him put together, and that calf can give you an awfully good look here from the side profile. Send into motion, I think some of those holes start to show up just a shot more. From a general appearance standpoint, I'd like to neaten him up to the top side of his crest and at the base of his chest floor. He's not near as athletic in terms of his hip and hind leg, so you put an awfully good-looking one there on the stand in second. And, again, a young man doing an awesome job getting him shown. We keep working down the lineup. An absolute beast stands in third, and this one's as stout-featured as any of them, as bold-bodied as any of them, and truly has plenty of power from up above. With all that, he's just a bit past his end point for me, not only from just a touch standpoint and his edges, but also his general appearance here from the side profile. He's a little cresty, he's a little staler and just more mature about his head. Now he carries his shoulder. I like to see him get out and go with just a bit more confidence here today, but you truly have to respect that one's added power and feature. Got a calf coming here next. Again, a young lady doing a killer job. She gets this one put together and throws his old head up. He's dead level down his top line. He's comfortable in terms of his angles. He reads right in his proportions from his heart back into his midrib and flank. Just doesn't have enough show calf to move up any higher in terms of his feature, in terms of his body shape, and added dimension from behind. But she does an awesome job getting everything out of that calf. Can give you an awfully good look. As we keep working, we got a set of Herefords here coming next with some good trade-offs. A stout-featured, mature, kind of longer-bodied one here that has plenty of power from up above. Again, I'd like to freshen him up in his look from his shoulders forward and see him have just a bit more touch and tone when you get your hands on him, but he's flexible, he's big-footed, and comes with some added just weight and extension. A calf that comes here next, you got to appreciate his easy-feeding look and powerful body shape. He's just a bit past his end point in terms of his added cover, one that's pushing more to his edges and starting to shelf off. I'd like to neaten him up in terms of just his chest floor and then see him get out and go with a bit more flexibility, but no doubt powerful when he's studying from end to end. Got an easy feeding one coming next, one that you like in terms of just his body shape and feature underneath and flexibility. Just like to see a bit more shape and expression, like to see him a bit more cutability in terms of his type and kind. Calf that comes here next got some extras in terms of look, shoulders forward, feature and flexibility. Just need to power him up and see him with a bit more squareness out of the backside of his shoulder. Calf coming here next, long-bodied, level down his top line. Young man gets him put together with some added look. Just need to see more feature and added dimension when you get right in behind that calf. Got a black calf coming next, boxy, bold-bodied, power from up above. A calf that just struggles a bit more, and you'd like to reassemble him in terms of his shoulder construction. Got a red calf that closes out that certainly represents a good kind. He's easy feeding. He's got enough dimension. He's flexible enough. A calf that just doesn't come with those extras in terms of his look and eye appeal from the side profile. Again, represents a good kind. Good class there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 3 British Steers. First in that class is Reed Shacker from Dumas FFA. Second is Jacob Hovden from Princeton FFA. Third is Eli Martin from Scurry County 4-H. Fourth is Cadence Harris from Bell County 4-H. Fifth is Chrissy Feller from Canyon Lake FFA. Sixth is Conley Martin from Wilson County 4-H. Seventh is Ava Harborth from Marion FFA. Eighth is Braden Henry from New Home FFA. Ninth is Ty Thompson from Farmersville FFA. 10th is Jet Guerin from Johnson County 4-H. And 11th is Ava Dodds from McCulloch County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class champions and second places from the British division. Your first place out of Class 1 coming into the ring now is Mason Allen from Prairie Valley FFA. Second in that class is Hope Garmer from Fisher County 4-H. First out of Class 2 is Callie Fisher from Kendall County 4-H. Second in that class is London Graham from Lynn County 4-H. Out of your third class, first place was Reed Shacker from Dumas FFA. And second in that class is Jacob Hovden from Princeton FFA. Go ahead and put your hands together for all the British exhibitors today. This is your second call for Class 4 Shorthorn Steers, second call for the first class of Shorthorn Steers, Class 4. If you have made top 4 in this class or any class today, you need to take your pictures in the British division. Top 4 from each class of the British division needs to go to the backdrop and take a picture.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together for all of our British exhibitors out here. Brought us an awesome set of cattle to get us kicked off, and I think as you look back out here, they may come in different shapes and sizes, but these are the cattle that I think certainly put the most good things together and were the best combination of just skeletal correctness and added dimension, and then coming with some extras on top of that. Certainly pleased with the cattle that we get back out here in this particular drive, and there's one that sticks out for me as the one that I need to go with here in this, and then I think he gets a shot closer for reserve. But if you would, please, one more time, put your hands together for all these exhibitors and the ones that went back to the barn this morning. Again, they brought us a great set of cattle.
And your champion British steer goes to Callie Fisher from Kendall County 4-H. Your reserve champion British steer is out of Class 2 as well. London Graham from Lynn County 4-H. This is your first call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. First call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers.
as we get kicked off here in our Shorthorns. Again, a good class here, and I think we got some fun ones to sort over here on this side of the ring. Again, some minor changes in a few of these cattle I think would get them to the other side of the ring. The calf that's standing at the front of the lineup, I think you like for his extension from his shoulders forward. A calf that's got enough dimension from up above. I'd like to change him up structurally, see him get out and go with just a bit more confidence and athleticism off of both ends, and then to offset that, he's not near as powerful as some of the cattle that we see on the other side relative to this class. But again, some good things in that particular calf. Got a white-legged steer here from his hock up. You like his lean, fresh shape from up above, his fresh, firm touch on the handle. Just need to see some feature and foot size to really make it all balance up there from the side profile. Got a real easy feeding, kind of a solid strawberry roan calf here that I think if you could fresh him up in terms of his type and kind, that's one you'd appreciate for his added dimension from behind and flexibility underneath. We keep working down the lineup. Young lady doing a great job working hard and getting her calf shown here. I think that one just needs a bit more body and turn to the base of his rib cage, but he's got some lean, fresh shape from up above. I like his extension from his shoulders forward. We keep working down the lineup. You got a solid red calf down here. Again, lean, high cutability. Just need to see a bit more flexibility and feature underneath to move him to the other side of the ring. Good class here. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
This is your second call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Second call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. As our judge selects through Class 4 of the Shorthorn steers, we would like to remind you that first through fourth place will sell in this class and also in Class 5. In the Shorthorn division, first through fourth will sell in each class. This is your third call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Third call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers.
I think an interesting class here to kick off in our Shorthorns, and I think certainly a great deal of quality, especially here in these top 4 or 5. I think certainly some good trade-offs. Young man's calf that I used to win here, I think one that puts the most good together. When you study him both on the stand and when in motion, that's the calf that I'm most confident in terms of just his flexibility, his added presence. The way he's put together here from the side profile and his proportions is something that I'm drawn to, and then you get right in on top of him. That calf has as much true, fresh shape right out of the backside of his shoulder as any of them. Maybe not the absolute most powerful in terms of his hip, but he's got plenty in that regard for all of his other major class advantages. I think young man doing an awesome job here. Got an awfully nice class winner. I'm not too proud to tell you that I didn't pull this calf in second on the walk, and it's mainly because this calf just will not show himself off whenever he gets out and goes, and he's still fighting this young lady just to get his head up and get his old hip picked up out of him. But that calf has as much true product and just width and dimension as any of them here in the top part of our class. A calf that's flexible in terms of his lower joints. He still proportions correctly. Just like to, again, pick him up off of both ends, see him a bit fresher from his shoulders forward, and honestly rip his tail head up out of him a bit more and see that all kind of come up to a point there out of his hip and hind leg. But again, the basics, that calf does it awfully well. Got a calf here in third that I think you like in terms of just his basic flexibility and his added body shape. When you study him here from the side profile, a calf that's big in terms of his pin set. He's powerful in terms of his center stifle. And this young lady's doing an awesome job getting him shown. He's a bit dry to the touch when you study him right there out of the back side of his shoulder. He's just a bit flatter right over his heart and forward and doesn't handle quite as neat as the cattle ahead of him. But again, some awfully nice pieces here in this particular class. I like his structure underneath. The calf that comes here in third, I'm sure when they loaded this one, they thought they had a class winner, and I think he certainly has some class-winning pieces. His power, his fresh shape from up above, that one's just dense in terms of his general body type. A calf for me just doesn't put it all together with as much look and presence here from the side profile. He struggles just a bit more off of both ends. I'd like to see more angle built into his lower skeleton. Got a calf coming here next that continues to work up the lineup. And I think one that as you initially see him, he's got a little swelling right there at his hock, and maybe you ding him for that. But past that, a calf that puts a lot of good things together. He's still structurally correct, a calf that gives you a good look from his shoulders forward. He's fairly fresh when you study him right there to the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to see him a bit longer and leveler out through his hip and carry that added shape down through his center stifle and lower quarter, and again clean him up in terms of his hock just a touch. But a calf that certainly does a lot of things right, and a young lady doing a great job getting him shown. Young man's got the lightest weight calf here in this particular lineup. Past that, I think one you like in terms of his extension, his look and IPO here from the side profile. He's just been out-horsed in terms of dimension from up above. I'd like to see him get out and go with a bit more athleticism and his hip and hind leg. Solid strawberry roan calf coming next. Flexible underneath, comes with some added just length and extension there from the side profile and levelness down his top line. I'd like to see him a bit truer and squarer right there to the backside of his shoulder to move him up any higher, but I like his reach underneath. Young lady doing an awesome job here next. Again, one I like for his foot size and his flexibility underneath. She gets his head pulled up out of him, and he can give you a good look. He's been out-horsed right there to the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to power him up and see him square over his loin to move up. A calf that comes next from his shoulders back could win this class going away. I like his round body type. I like his hip and hind leg up front. He poses a major issue for me. He's starting to kick over in his shoulder and knee. I'd like to reconstruct him in that design. Calf coming here next. Certainly gives you a good look. Need to see a bit more shape from up above. A calf that closes. Stout featured, proportions good here from the side profile. Just need to see some added flexibility underneath. Good class there. Certainly an interesting and high quality top pair.
Your results from Class 4 Shorthorn steers. First in that class is Corbin Earhart from Lubbock County 4-H. Second is Camblin Mason from Montgomery County 4-H. Third is Berkeley Carver from Hale County 4-H. Fourth is Lane Hillert from Brazos County 4-H. Fifth is Addison Seifert from Leon County 4-H. Sixth is Sawyer Friels from McAllen FFA. Seventh in that class is Tegan Russ from Kendall County 4-H. Eighth is Steely Beggs from Lockhart FFA. Ninth is Cannon Potter from Harris County 4-H. 10th is Tanner Barnett from Gillespie County 4-H. And 11th is Peyton Smith from Wimberley FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will be taking a lunch break after the Brahmans. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the Brahmans. This is your first call for Class 6 Brahman steers. First call for Class 6 Brahman steers. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break following the Brahman division. 30-minute lunch break following the Brahman division.
What keeps coming here in our heavyweight Shorthorns, and certainly a high-quality set we're about to sort through over here, and still some quality on this side. I think as you look down the lineup, you got a painted-up calf here that's flexible underneath. Just need to see a little bit more base width and body shape in that particular animal, and just feature throughout to move him over to this side of the ring. But I like that one's flexibility in general. Look, got one that's as shapely and just as square right there to the backside of his shoulders. You'd like to see one. A calf with all those extras maybe comes in a few more pieces. Like to tidy him up at the base of his shoulder and see him get out and go with a bit more flexibility. Got a white calf down here. Young lady doing a great job, and it looks like she kind of nursed him back from an injury right there off his back left, and it's still hurting him just a touch, but I think she's done a great job keeping this one fresh in terms of his shape, keeping him on target in terms of his look. Just like to see that one get out and go with a bit more flexibility and athleticism. I'm certainly proud of her for sticking with it and keeping that project looking as good as she can. Again, a good set of them here. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
As Nick sorts through the Shorthorn steers, we'd like to remind you that first through fourth place in this class will sell. First through fourth in this class will sell. This is your second call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Second call for Class 6 Brahman steers. This is your third call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Third call for Class 6 Brahman steers.
An impressive set of steers here in our heavyweight Shorthorns, and I think still there's not much of a question in my mind on where to go. This calf that I used to win, I'll be the first to tell you, and I'll call it out. He's a little puffy on the inside of his hock when you step around and behind him. But to me, and maybe I'm not like every other judge, but that's so situational. You can have a perfectly sound calf that happens to, and so I'm not going to hold that against him. I think of these top four, he's arguably the most correct in terms of his skeleton. Up front, he's got a bit more angle to his shoulder and knee. He reaches and uses his spine like I personally like to see. And then as you analyze him further, that's a bold, powerful-bodied calf. That's the most consistent and square down the top side of his skeleton and out through his hip. He's attractive in his hip and hind leg. He balances up appropriately here from the side profile. He's not near as just freaky and intense in terms of his look from his shoulders forward, but everything makes sense on that calf. I like his square basic build and his powerful body shape, and now he matches that from up above. The calf that comes in second here is, I think, as out there looking as you like to see one. There's freaky, and then this one takes to the point where he's getting a little alien looking from his shoulders forward. He's so wowy and extended up through his jawline and how he's built into his neck. He's so shapely and just grooved up down the top side of his skeleton, attractive and powerful in his hip and hind leg, and still reads right from his heart and how he feeds out of the backside of his sternum into his midrib. You send him into motion, he's not near as confident in terms of his hind leg or stout-featured as he goes to the surface. I'd like to see him hook up just a bit neater from the point of his shoulder and how it lays onto his skeleton back into his heart and forerib. But I think certainly a very interesting calf, a lot of out there and pushing the envelope kind of pieces in that animal. And to me, that's what I'm trying to find, those hard-to-make pieces. Got a white calf coming here next that I think certainly you're drawn to at the first chance you get to put your eyes on him. That one's big and fresh up high. Young lady doing a killer job getting this one shown. He's stout-featured underneath. He's a bit shorter bodied here from the side, and that allows him to put it all together with a very well-balanced look, in my opinion. You send him into motion. That one struggles as much as any of them in the top four that I thought were truly in contention. He wants to swivel a bit more out of his hip and hind leg. He struggles just a shot more out of his front end. He is just a bit crestier to the top side of his neck, but no doubt fresh, lean, and shapely from up above, and a young lady holding on to that halter doing an awesome job. The calf that comes here in fourth kind of brings me back to my basics. I love his flexibility underneath, his foot size and squareness to his toe, his easy feeding look, and how he uses his spine with so much looseness and has that look here from the side profile. To be quite honest, he just doesn't have enough shape to move up any higher. I'd like to see him square and have just a bit more touch and tone right there to the backside of his shoulder. It's that same view when you get right in behind the cattle. He planes out through his center stifle. I'd like to see just a bit more punch down through his lower quarter, but certainly a flexible one that I like in terms of his basic build. Got a red calf here. I think pushing the upper envelope in terms of just acceptable weight. Well, you analyze this one just from an individual standpoint. He's fresh and shapely from up above. He's still bold and honest in terms of his body shape. He's not pushing too much cover anywhere. A calf that's stout featured at the surface. Biggest thing for me, and a young lady doing an awesome job getting this one shown when she gets him stopped. Send him into motion. He just wants to fall apart in terms of his balance. He's a bit lower tying. He's not near as neat from his sternum back into his flank. Like to pick him up in terms of his tail head to make that all come together whenever she lets off of him. Got a calf coming here next, shoulders back, bold-bodied, powerful, and shapely. A calf up front I'd like to see just a bit more conservative in terms of his base width from his shoulder down into his knee, stouting him up in terms of his feature as he goes to the surface. Got a roan calf coming next that's flexible. The young lady does an awesome job getting this one's look and presence put together from the side profile. He doesn't start with near as much dimension right there out of the backside of his shoulder. I like to power him up in his center stifle and lower quarter going away. Calf coming here next, I think you certainly appreciate for just his hip and hind leg. A calf that comes with the right kind of silhouette from the side profile. He's a bit dry and stale when you study him from up above. I'd like to power him up right there in his heart and forehead. Got a white calf coming up next. I think if he could change him in terms of his shoulder and chest, he could work up a bit higher because he's stout and powerful from behind. Just doesn't balance up near as neat here from the side profile. Calf that closes big-footed, fresh and shapely from up above. Just need to see a bit more calf when you get right in behind him. He wants to plane up a bit more when you study him right there in his center stifle. Good set of them there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 5 Shorthorn steers. First in that class is Ace James from Prosper FFA. Second is Lincoln Graham from Lynn County 4-H. Third is Jenley Woodley from Tahoka FFA. Fourth is Madeline Wall from Idalou FFA. Fifth is Brylan Fryrick from Glasscock County 4-H. Sixth is Cooper Arnold from Medina FFA. Seventh is Emily Carlson from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Eighth in that class is Beth Kellermeyer from Runnels County 4-H. Ninth in that class is Miley Anders from Wilson County 4-H. 10th is Sophie Allschweed from Mason County 4-H. And now coming into the ring is your first and seconds from the Shorthorn classes for your division drive. Coming out of Class 4, first in that class is Corbin Earhart from Lubbock County 4-H. Second out of Class 4 is Camlin Mason from Montgomery County 4-H. And out of Class 5, first in that class was Ace James from Prosper FFA. And second in Class 5 was Lincoln Graham from Lynn County 4-H. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all the Shorthorn exhibitors out here today. Morgan Stanko from Rio Hondo FFA. Morgan from Rio Hondo FFA. We need your Brahman steer in the staging area.
Well, an awesome set of Shorthorn steers as we get them back out here. And first and foremost, my hat's off to these young men, and got some smaller people here on this side of the ring doing an absolutely killer job getting these steers shown, and certainly same on that side of the ring. I'm impressed with these guys. They're doing an awesome job and brought us an awfully high-quality pair of cattle, and I think there's some good trade-offs. All four of these cattle extremely high quality, and I think meet the basics of being flexible, having the right kind of body shape and dimension as true market steers, and then coming with some extras past that. I'm going to take one more look here. If you give me the honor of putting your hands together for all of our Shorthorn exhibitors here, I'll get you a champion in reserve.
And your champion Shorthorn steer comes out of Class 5, Mr. Ace James from Prosper FFA.
As we're pulling that champion back across, a calf that hit me hard just in terms of his density and body shape and dimension from up above, his feature underneath, everything makes sense on that calf. I think he's certainly an awfully nice place to start. As we come back out here, and this is a closer decision for me, the calf had a Class 1, neat looking, shoulders forward, fresh and bold in terms of his body type, and he remains that way when you study him from up above. He's fresh and honest to the touch, a calf that's shapely from behind, and then still gets out and goes with plenty of flexibility. As we get him back out here with a pair of heavier cattle, and obviously he's been out horse just a little bit in terms of dimension because he comes from that lighter weight class. He does close up just a bit right there up front. He wants to splay out just a touch, but some minor changes on that calf, and I think still one you can certainly get pretty excited about. The calf that comes second out of that heavyweight class, just wild looking. I think you can't make one much neater from his shoulders forward and still have that kind of body shape from there on back. He's fresh and lean to the touch. He opens up square right there to the backside of his shoulder, and he carries that same dimension out there through his hip, gets out and goes fairly comfortably off of both ends. I'd say maybe you could see him with just a touch more athleticism, but honestly, the longer he's out here, the more that he wants to reach. Biggest thing on him over the cattle ahead of him, or the one that comes out of that same class as him, is I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot size and feature, and maybe see just a bit more of a feed and look about his jaw. That's a wild looking one there. Again, my hat's off to both these young men. I think it's an awfully close pair. I'm going to go with the hard to make pieces and use this young man out of the heavyweights.
Your reserve champion steer is Mr. Lincoln Graham from Lynn County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 6 Brahman steers. Into the ring now is Class 6 Brahman steers. If you have a Class 7 Brahman steer, you need to be making your way to the staging area. Again, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break following the Brahmans, a 30-minute lunch break following the Brahmans. As we bring Class 6 in, first through third will sell in this class. Class 6 will sell first through third. This is your second call for Class 7 Brahmins. Second call for Class 7 Brahmins. Just a friendly reminder, if you're taking your cattle to the loadout, make sure you go to the west side to load out, or take cattle to the loadout. Go to the west side of the barn. That's where the loadout will be.
Awfully nice trio of cattle as we get them back out here. And I think the calf that I used to win here is the lightest weight calf here in this particular class, but I'm not going to hold up a lightweight calf for being lighter weight. I think one that certainly puts the most high quality pieces together. When you analyze that one from that ever-telling three-quarter shot, he's as square and true right there to the backside of his shoulder as any of them. I like how bold and fresh he is in terms of his forerib shape and how he carries that down into his heart. A calf that, as you study him down his top line and out through his hip, remains the most balanced and square in terms of his shape and levelness, and then goes to the ground with just a bit more foot size and attractiveness in terms of his lower skeleton. I like that one's balance. I like his fresh, proportional look here from the side profile. Young man's got an awfully nice one to win our lightweight Brahmans. The calf that comes here in second does come with just a bit more true mass and dimension from up above, and it's most specifically from his mid-rib back. As you study him over his loin, out through his pin set, now he carries that down through his center stifle and lower quarter, because up front, I would like to see that one just a bit stronger in his heart and forerib, and hook in neater from his shoulder back into his forerib. As you step back off him, a calf that I think still balances appropriately, has enough foot size and feature, just not near as many of those extras when you study him here from the side profile. Again, he's not near as just attractive in terms of his hind leg as our class winner. Still a nice one when you study him from behind. Got a red calf that I think one that you're certainly drawn to from the side profile. Young lady, when she gets him set up, can give you as good a look and just presence as any of them. He's high tying, he's neat and collected in his top line. He's attractive in terms of his skeleton and how he goes to the surface and reads right from his sternum back into his center body and flank from that three-quarter shot that you'll hear me say over and over again over the next 2 days. He just flattens quite a bit more than what I'd personally like to see to move him up into that top pair. I'd like to just pull him apart in terms of his pin set, and I think that allow him to have more shape down into his center stifle and lower quarter. Regardless, I like his flexibility and I like his look. That calf that comes here in fourth, bold and fresh and honest in terms of his body type. He's awfully good to the touch to be that square and firm. He still has enough cover back over his 12th and 13th and still balances up with plenty of length and extension when you study him from side to side. A calf that for me, just like to see him with a bit more picked up presence up through his front end. I'd like to see him stouter in terms of his feature as he goes to the surface and square him up in terms of how he uses his hock. Got a solid white calf that comes here next. He's flexible, he's hard and just fresh to the touch when you do get your hands on him. I think it's partially because he's fighting this young man, but he still doesn't just ever give you that good look from the side profile. He's a bit heavier up through his front end, and now you study him through his shoulder. He's just a bit shallower and more streamlined in terms of his body shape, so you put a fresh, shapely one standing there in fifth. As we keep moving down the lineup, a brindle that's flexible underneath just needs more dimension when you study him from behind or when you study him from the front of the class. Young man does a nice job getting that one shown, getting as much look at him as possible. Got a black calf coming here next that's shapely. I like his squareness from up above. Just like to see him balance up a bit more appropriately here from the side profile. As we keep going down here, I decided to place all of them, try to give these kids a bit more ring time. Got a blue steer that's powerful and like to see it all come together with a bit more neatness and eye appeal from the side profile. Got a calf here that I think you like in terms of just his easy feeding look and ability to put on cover. Honestly, it's starting to work to his disadvantage. I'd like to lean him up, see him just a bit more confident in terms of his step and structure. Got another kind of a dark brindle calf here that represents a good kind. He's sound, he's easy feeding. Just need to see a bit more shape and look there from the side profile. A calf here that'll sucker you from up above. One, when you see him from the back of the lineup, is shapely and powerful and firm to the touch. Just a bit too tight out here today and a bit too harsh in terms of his body type. And a trio of cattle that I think probably resemble each other a bit more than anything in this class. They got body. I think they're fairly flexible off of both ends. Just need to see a bit more dimension and squareness when you get right in on top of the cattle. Good class here. I think certainly an interesting and high quality top trio.
Your results from Class 6 Brahman steers. First in that class is Corbin Serta from Marion FFA. Second in that class is Chance Parker from Bell County 4-H. Third is Savannah Perry from San Saba County 4-H. Fourth is Cole Kellermeyer from Runnels County 4-H. Fifth is Hayes Tomasic from Franklin FFA. Sixth in that class is Mason LaFesti from Milam County 4-H. 7th is Lincoln McAllister from Lincoln County 4-H. 8th is Will Hurd from Brazos County 4-H. 9th is Avery Duzick from Atascosa County 4-H. 10th is Kathleen Harmon from Live Oak County 4-H. 11th is Taylor Simpson from Brown County 4-H. 12th is Cannon Weatherford from Tom Green County 4-H. 13th is Autumn Chaka from Three Rivers FFA. And 14th is Jackie Woodford from Caldwell County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 7 Brahman steers. Just like to remind everybody that we will be breaking for lunch after the Brahman steers. We will take a 30-minute lunch break after we select the champion Brahman steers. As we bring in Class 7 Brahman steers, we would like to remind you that 1st through 4th will sell in this class. 1st through 4th will sell at a Class 7 Brahman steers.
good set of them here in our heavyweight Brahmans, and I think a great deal of quality that we're going to have to leave here on this side of the ring. As we look down the lineup, there's a solid gray calf here that I think you really like in terms of just his fresh, lean shape from up above, and now he handles there over his 12th and 13th for a heavyweight calf. As you go to the ground, I'd like to see him a bit softer in terms of his body type. I'd like to see him just a bit more flexible in terms of that hind leg to move him over to this side of the ring. Got a brindle calf here that I think you certainly like in terms of just his easy feeding look and flexibility. He's starting to detract from his general appearance. He's getting just a shot more waisty for me. I think if he could freshen that one up, he'd make a case to move over to the other side of the ring. A black calf here that makes it tough on me for a guy that likes look and presence and flexibility. That one does all those things very, very well. From that three-quarter shotter as you get right in behind the cattle, just need to see a bit more dimension, see just a bit more shape when you study him through his center stifle and lower quarter. As we keep working down, got a dark gray calf here that closes out this lineup. I like in terms of his body shape, his depth, and how he builds back from his midrib into his flank, how he puts it all together down his top line from behind. He just plays out a bit too much right there through his center stifle. He's not near as confident in terms of his hind leg or have as much athleticism to make a case for the pretty sound one. So we left him over on this side, but certainly a good set of cattle leaving the ring right now. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Again, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break following the Brahmans, a 30-minute lunch break following the Brahmans.
If you guys would, please, if you're standing ringside, put your hands together for all these heavyweight Brahman exhibitors. Brought an awesome set of cattle out here and made a guy really buckle in and decide where he wants to be. And I think in such a high power or heavy hitting set of heavyweight Brahmans, there's two cattle that separate themselves to me quite handily. And then from that, there's still one that separates himself amongst the rest. This calf that I used to win, I think puts a lot of neat things together. And not only is he one of the two just more muscular and fresh and shapely cattle, when you study him right there to the backside of his shoulder and how he feeds into his body shape, he's still the most attractive in terms of his skeleton and how he goes to the surface. His proportions here from the side profile, he's got an elite look from his shoulders forward and how he puts it all together. Not only does this young man put him together awfully neat from the side, but I think the way that one carries himself around the ring, it's another level in a class that certainly has a great deal of quality. Congrats to him. The young lady, again, has no slouch standing here in second, and these two cattle, I think, deserve just a bit more breakdown. A calf here that comes with just a bit more depth at his heart. I still love his body shape. I like his stout and attractive hip and hind leg. He probably legitimately has just a bit more flexibility put into his lower joints, even though I'd never question that one in that regard. I do appreciate it in this calf in second. He's collected in his top line. Up front, I'd like to see him set further back and angle to his shoulder and knee to make that top pair just a bit closer. He wants to toe out just ever so slightly, but a calf that I think puts a lot of neat things together. Again, a young lady doing an awesome job getting him shown. Congrats to both those exhibitors. Got a brindle calf coming here next that I think you certainly appreciate from behind the cattle. Big pinned, got enough just true power and shape right there through his center stifle, and now he carries it into his lower quarter. That one comes with some added presence and just look from his shoulders forward. Now she pulls that old neck up out of him. He's got some added extension in that regard over the calf standing directly behind him. Why he goes third here today is he can't quite keep up in terms of just feature and foot size underneath. I'd like to see him open up just a bit bigger up high out of the backside of his shoulder to match his added dimension when you study him from behind. Got a calf here in third that you certainly appreciate for just his stoutness of feature and easy feed and look. He's again one that I appreciate for his added shape and dimension from behind the cattle. From the side is where he needs to move down the lineup. He's a bit more jammed up off of both ends. He's not near as athletic in terms of his general movement. I'd just like to pick him up in terms of his construction off of both ends, see a bit more look up front, pick him up in his pin set going away. But I like his foot size and feature. I like his dimension from up above. Got a calf coming here next that covers the basics extremely well. He's flexible. He's got a good look here from the side profile. He wants to play out just a bit more there from that three-quarter shot when you study him in his heart and forward and how he goes down into his center stifle. But I like that one's added flexibility here in this particular class. Got another brindle calf that's got as much just foot size and true feature as any of them. I like that one's added powerful look when you get right behind the cattle. He's not near as confident when you get him on the motion. A calf that for me just needs to be a bit more flexible off of both ends to move up in this lineup, but I like his added power parts here in this class. Got a star-headed calf here that comes next, long-bodied. She can put him together with an awfully good look there from the side profile. From behind, when you study him from his pin set down, he wants to play out just a bit more and come in at his hock than what I'd personally like to see. Got a lighter-colored brindle calf here that I think certainly appreciate for just his easy feed and look and flexibility. A calf that's not near as powerful when you study him from that three-quarter shot, not near as much look when you study him from the side. Got another calf coming that certainly appreciate for his added dimension from up above. He doesn't balance up near as neat from his heart and forward back into his midrib and flank, but certainly again one you like down his top line. Got a dark gray calf coming here next. Big-footed, powerful from behind. I think he's nursing a bit of an injury. He just doesn't ever want to get out and go out of his hip and hind leg, and most specifically there on his back left. Got a calf that closes, it's got body. I think certainly one that has enough dimension from up above from just a real-world perspective. Today he's been out-horsed in terms of his foot size and feature. I'd like to see a bit more dimension when he's studying from up above. Awesome class there. My hat's off to all those exhibitors, and certainly a high-quality top pair.
Your results from Class 7 Brahman steers. First in that class is Steele Keeney from Llano County 4-H. Second in that class is Kylie Brown from Llano County 4-H. Third in that class is Chloe Nagelin from Medina County 4-H. Fourth is Jed Polar from Wharton County 4-H. Fifth is Marty Ducott from Jordanton FFA. Sixth is Jaden Woodley from Tahoka FFA. Seventh is Lana Yinsky from Gillespie County 4-H. Eighth in that class is Molly McNanus from Kleberg Kennedy County 4-H. Ninth is Coulter Hughes from Live Oak County 4-H. And 10th is Sterling Gage Spence from Wilson County 4-H. 11th in that class is Hunter Zook from Atascosa County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class champions and seconds from the Brahman division. Your first place in Class 6 is Corbin Serta from Marion FFA. Second out of Class 6 is Chance Parker from Bell County 4-H. Out of Class 7, first in that class is Steele Kinney from Llano County 4-H. And second out of that class is Kylie Brown from Llano County 4-H. Go ahead and put your hands together for all the Brahman exhibitors out here today. As soon as our judge selects champion and reserve of the Brahman division, we will break 30 minutes for lunch, 30 minutes after he selects the champion Brahman.
One awesome way here to close out in this particular breed right before the lunch break. Certainly ended on a high note. And I think he's looked back at these four cattle that make it out of their respective classes. They do a lot of things right. The calf that comes out of that first class, big-footed, stout-featured, flexible off of both ends. I like his lines and his presence here from the side profile. A young man doing an awesome job getting that one shown. In comparison to the two heavyweight cattle behind him, I think just from a parts and pieces standpoint, he's not near as picked up in terms of his pin set and how he's built out of his hip. He probably doesn't carry his added shape near as deep into his stifle or lower quarter from behind, but for a lightweight calf to have that kind of look and presence and squareness right there to the backside of his shoulder, I think that young man's got an awfully nice calf there at the end of his halter. Then we jump back into those heavyweights that we just got done talking, and it was a deep class, to say the least. And the calf that comes out of that class, I think, does some things that are hard to do here in this particular breed, or just when breeding cattle in general. I like this one's foot size, his flexibility and attractiveness, a skeleton off of both ends, one that's so square right there to the backside of his shoulder. And in a heavyweight class, he's fresh and firm to the touch and bold in his body shape. And then as you step back off him, one that can give you an elite look in terms of his presence up front, the way he remains collected, the way that he goes to the ground off of both ends, not only standing here, but then when you turn him loose, I think certainly an awfully high-quality class to come there out of that heavyweight class. To me, it's not close, and if you're keeping track on your day sheet, this breed to me has as much of a clear-cut winner as any of them. The young man here out of the heavyweights is going to be your champ.
And your champion Brahman goes to Mr. Steele Kinney from Llano County 4-H.
We pull that second back out here, and I think he really resembles our breed champion in terms of just dimension from up above and pin width. The calf that still has so much true shape and power right there through his center stifle, and now he carries it to his lower quarter. A bit longer bodied here from the side profile, one that's attractive and flexible in terms of his lower joints, maybe not near as just out there looking from his shoulders forward, but I think certainly a great representative for this particular breed, and looking forward to seeing him back out here for our champion drive. He's going to be a reserve.
And your reserve champion Brahman steer goes to Miss Kylie Brown, also from Llano County 4-H. Attention in the barn, I have a wallet for Avery Arnold. Avery Arnold, if you could come see me at the announcer's stand. Also, if you have been a breed champion or reserve breed champion, please come see me at the announcer's stand. This is your first call for Class 1 ABC steers. First call, Class 1 ABC steers. This is your second call for class number 8. Second call for class number 8. We have officially started back up. Class 8 ABC Steers is entering the ring. In this particular class, 1st through 4th will make the sale. In Class 8 of ABC Steers, 1st through 4th will make the sale. Just a friendly reminder, if you are taking your cattle to the truck, all steers can go to the truck unless you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion. If you make the sale here today or tomorrow, you must put your steer on the truck. Also, if you were a breed champion or reserve breed champion today, please come see me up at the announcer stand. If you were a breed champion or reserve breed champion today, please come see me at the announcer stand. This is your first call for Class 9 ABC Steers. First call for Class 9 ABC Steers. Again, if you have a sale-making steer here today that isn't a breed champion or reserve breed champion, those steers need to be on the truck as soon as possible. And if you have a calf that didn't make the sale and would like to sell, you need to make your way to the truck as soon as possible as well. This is your second call for Class 9 ABC. Second call for Class 9 ABC.
Great way to kick us off here on our ABCs, and I think certainly a good bit of quality that we're about to sort through on this side of the ring. I think certainly some neat pieces over here. Got a gray paint calf up front that's sound and flexible and big-footed at the surface. Can give you a quality look there from the side profile. From behind or that three-quarter shot, he just flattens a bit more in his body shape, and then his pin width from behind than what I'd personally like to see to really tie into his structure and added look. Got a product-driven calf right here in front of me. From his shoulders back, that's one that I think you can tie into for his fresh turn up high. Is added dimension from behind. Just need to reassemble that calf in terms of his skeleton, the way he's built at the surface. As we keep moving down the lineup, got a high cut ability, kind of a dark gray baldy here that I like when you put your hands on him, and how he handles over his 12th and 13th. No real extras there from the side profile. Like to stouten him up in terms of his feature as he goes to the surface. Got a bit of a low rider, a black brockle here. That's certainly easy feeding. It has that added stoutness feature at the surface. Just need to see a bit more look and athleticism in terms of his general build. Good class of them there as they're headed out the ring. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
This is your third call for Class 9 ABC. Third call for Class 9 ABC. This is your final call for Class 9 ABC. Final call for Class 9 ABC. As Nick moves through our first class of ABCs, we would like to remind you that in Class 8 of the ABCs, 1 through 4 will sell, 1st through 4th will sell in Class 8 of the ABCs.
Good set of them here to kick us off in the ABCs, and I think some good trade-offs here amongst this top trio. calf that I used to win, he looks his best on the go, and I think that's where high-quality cattle really elevate themselves, and that's where he does it here in this particular class. A calf that I like the best in terms of his body shape, in terms of the way he remains collected here from the side profile when set in motion. His neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder with a good feed and look from there forward. A calf that has plenty of turn and dimension from up above. He's on target in terms of his handle and finish. A calf that I think certainly puts a lot of things together in a very right way. A calf that's maybe not near as attractive in terms of his hind leg set as the one directly behind him, but he uses it awfully well. And again, one that I think you like the best when you set him into motion. You can really appreciate that one. The black calf that comes here in second, this young lady's doing a killer job getting him shown. I prefer his hip and hind leg on the stand. A calf that has a big pin set. When you get right behind him, she gets his neck jerked up out of him with plenty of just look and extension. Of these three, he has the most presence up through his front end. A calf, for me personally, as big as he is in his pin set and from behind, I'd like to see him start just a bit square right there to the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to see him just a bit bolder right there in his heart and forehead, but certainly a high-quality calf and a young lady doing a killer job there on the stick. Got a red and white calf that comes here next that I'm drawn to in terms of his foot size and feature. A calf that comes with some added length of side. He proportions correctly here from the side profile. From that three-quarter shot, he's as plenty as any of them in terms of his body shape here. Of those first three, a calf that wants to plane out just a bit more right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. So you put one that certainly can give you a good look standing there in third. Got a calf here in fourth that covers the basics extremely well. I know he's not maybe just the most wowy here from the side profile, but he's dense and powerful in terms of his body shape. He's big-footed, he's stout-featured and comfortable in terms of his angles, and gives you a powerful look when you get right behind the cattle. Just need to see a bit more look and eye appeal here from the side to move him up any higher. Got a gray calf that comes here next. It's high cutability in terms of his type and kind. He handles that way as you put your hands on over his ribs. A calf for me that I certainly appreciate his added pop and expression right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. Just need to change him up in the way he goes to the ground. He's a bit frailer in terms of his foot size. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. Got a red brockle that's powerful, and that's the best way to describe him. He's stout-featured, he's opened up, he's dimensional. A calf that just needs to go with a bit more confidence. I'd like to see him just a bit fresher in terms of his general appearance. Got a gray steer that comes here next, a bit more of the same bold, dimensional, powerful kind of a calf. Not near as neat looking here from the side profile, but certainly appreciate his added dimension. Got a light red calf that on the stand can give you a good look. He's high tying, got plenty of fat steer shape when you study him from up above. Not near as confident or flexible right there off his hip and hind leg. So you put one that's got enough dimension, enough look on the stand down the line. Got a dark red calf that comes here next. Reach is good off of both ends, long-bodied and level down his top line. Need more dimension right there through his center body. Got one coming here next, plenty of that easy feeding look right there through his midrib. Dense in terms of his general kind. Need to see him opened up in terms of the way how he goes to his center stifle and lower quarter. See him have that same base width underneath. Got a bit more of a Brahman appearing calf here as we work down the line. Hard in terms of his shape, just not near as comfortable in terms of his movement. Calf that closes on the stand can give you a good look. Just a bit more, I guess, tight off of both ends is how I describe that. But certainly, again, can give you a high-quality look from the side profile. Good class there. Certainly a high-quality top trio.
Your results from Class 8 ABC steers. First in that class is Gentry Gutierrez from Washington County 4-H. Second in that class is Rylan Hensley from Floyd County 4-H. Third is Hollis Holmes from Goliad County 4-H. Fourth is Jordan Janskinini from Wilson County 4-H. Fifth is Macy Jackson from Verabest FFA. Sixth is Seth Wooten from Llano County 4-H. Seventh is Hickson Thomas from Hill County 4-H. Eighth is Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. Ninth is Ava Lee from Live Oak County 4-H. 10th is Kendall Copeland from Live County 4-H. 11th in that class is Emma Zoiler from Kendall County 4-H. And 12th is Remington Stone from Tahoka FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 9 ABC steers. As Class 9 comes into the ring, we would like to recognize that first through fourth will sell in this particular class. First through fourth will sell in Class 9 of the ABCs. This is your first call for Class 10 ABC steers. First call for Class 10 ABC steers. This is your second call for Class 10 ABC. Second call for Class 10 ABC.
What keeps coming here in our ABCs, and I think certainly some quality and a lot of depth of quality here in this particular lineup as we look back at these cattle on this side of the ring that are fixing to be excused. I think there's still a lot of good in these things. Got a black baldy here that I think you like in terms of just his bold body type and added shape from behind. Doesn't balance up quite as youthful here from the side profile. Like to change him up in terms of how he feeds from his heart back into his rear rib and flank. Could see him a bit more confident out of his hind leg. But again, body shape and dimension from up above is on target on that particular calf. Got a dark gray calf here that's easy feeding, has the right kind of body shape. Just need to see him get out and go with a bit more athleticism off of both ends and pick him up out of his hip. Got a calf coming here next, a gray one that you like in terms of his flexibility. Just need to see a bit more dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. Got a red brockle that I think you certainly appreciate for his fresh, lean shape from up above. That one's got a true ditch running down the middle of his back. Just doesn't get out and go with quite the confidence of some of the other cattle here in this particular class. And then a yellow steer here that I think you like in terms of just his general proportions here from the side profile and flexibility. Just not enough show calf when you get right in behind him. He wants to flatten a bit more in terms of his body shape. Like to see a bit more turn and pop right there through his center stifle and lower quarter. Good class as they're exiting the ring. Let's give them all a big round of applause, please.
Again, we'd like to remind you that if you make the sale here today, those cattle need to go on the truck unless you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion. And if you didn't make the sale and you would like your steer to go to the truck, please bring those to the loadout as soon as possible. This is your final call for Class 10 ABC. Final call for Class 10 ABC.
Good set of them here, and I think some good trade-offs here amongst these first couple. And the calf that I used to win, I'll be the first to tell you, he's a little uncoordinated in terms of how he uses his back pasterns. But I think the longer he's out here, the more you truly analyze the skeleton. He actually has the most true flexibility built into his shoulder and knee. He takes as long and athletic of a stride out of his hip and hind leg of the first trio. And this is the calf that has the most extras in terms of true shape and expression from up above. His added look here from the side profile, things put together like a fat steer in terms of his stoutness of feature up through his skull and how he feeds back into such a bold body type. He's got the most true power and product when you step on him behind the cattle, and I like his stoutness of feature as he goes to the surface. Again, maybe he's not perfect in terms of his ankle, maybe he has just a shot more shoulder, but I like all the extras that that one puts together. The calf that comes here in second, I appreciate his added length of body and he's got a bit more frame to him, which I think is certainly something you got to appreciate in this calf to still balance up the way that he does. His neck comes with enough extension and elevation up front, a calf that has more than enough true product when he's studying from up above right there to the back side of his shoulder, and over the calf directly behind him, he's got more pin width and shape and expression down through his center stifle and lower quarter. A calf for me, I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his feature and set him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, just a touch to make that a bit closer there in that top pair, but certainly a high quality calf standing there in second. The calf in third's interesting. He's a bit of a low rider, and when you study him by himself, one that certainly can give you a good look. I like his presence and extension from his shoulders forward, a calf that comes with just a bit more stoutness of feature as he goes to the surface, and from the side here, he proportions awfully nice. As you analyze him further, mostly from that three-quarter shot, he flattens a bit more right there in his heart and forehead. He's the plainest right there to the backside of his shoulder and how he feeds out through his hip of the initial trio. So you put a calf with an awfully good look here from the side profile in third. Got a red calf that comes here next. It's dense in terms of his body shape and added width when you get right in behind the cattle. A calf that I think still bounces up appropriately here from the side profile in comparison to those cattle directly in front of him. He's just a bit more jammed up off of both ends. I'd like to see him get out and reach with just a bit more length of stride in his hind leg. But I like his power. I like his dense body type. Got a black calf that comes here next. As stout featured as any of them when you study him at the surface. He's got some added power when you get right behind the cattle as well. For me, it's when you send him into motion where you got to work him down the line. He's just a bit more up and down off of both ends. He's a bit flatter in terms of his body shape than what I'd like to see to label him the power steer in this particular class. Got a red calf that comes here next. It's so easy feeding. It start to work at his disadvantage. A calf, again, has that added body shape. He's got enough dimension from up above, just a bit past his end point in terms of his cover. A calf that I think because of that is just a bit more restricted off of both ends. Got a yellow baldy here that comes next that I like in terms of his foot size. A calf that reads fresh and has some youthfulness up through his front end. From there back, he's just a bit plainer in terms of his muscle shape and body. So you put one that I like in terms of his shoulders forward look down the line. Got a black calf that comes next, plenty of length, plenty of strength in terms of his top line. One that I just need to see a bit more depth of body and boldness to the base of his rib cage to really tie into that one. Got a calf that comes here next, has that added depth and kind of gives you that more easy feeding look. Needs a bit more shape and dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. Got a black calf that comes here next, a bit more of the same good kind. He's flexible, he's got body, just needs a bit more shape and dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. Black calf that comes next is more shapely and more square when you study him from up above. Just needs to get out and go with more athleticism in his hind leg. Needs to balance up a bit differently when he's studying from the side. Got a calf that closes this particular class, has some true shape. I like his power from up above, his round body type, just a bit frail and restricted off of both ends to move him up in this particular lineup. Good class there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 9 of the ABCs. First is Mallory E. Emery from Lubbock County 4-H. Second is Aubrey Turner from Bastrop County 4-H. Third is Dylan McCutcheon from Prosper FFA. Fourth is McKinley Evans from Idalou FFA. Fifth is Laney Farrell from Samuel Clemens Creek. Sixth in that class is Kiera Godino from Brown County 4-H. Seventh is Michaela Janskin from Karnes County 4-H. Eighth is Ainsley Hayes from Glen Rose FFA. Ninth is Kirsten Pompin from Floresville FFA. 10th in that class is Madeline Vick from Atascosa County 4-H. 11th is Bryson Stone from Tahoka FFA. And 12th is Tanner Thomas from Atascosa County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 10 ABC Steers. As Class 10 makes their way into the ring, we would like to announce that 1st through 5th in this class will make the sale. 1st through 5th will make the sale in Class 10. This is your first call for Class 11 ABC. First call for Class 11 ABC. Just a friendly reminder, I need the British breed champion and reserve breed champion to the announcer stand on the south end of the arena. Also need the reserve Shorthorn exhibitor to the south end of the arena, and champion and reserve Brahman. If you could come please see me at the announcer stand at this time.
Good class of them here in our ABCs, as many numbers as we've seen in the class to this point, and I think it comes with some increased quality. Certainly a lot of good stuff that we're about to sort through over here in the middle of the ring, and I think, as you've heard me say there throughout the day, still some good stuff that's going to head out the ring. Just shows the quality in these classes. Got kind of almost a Shorthorn marked one here in front of me. Good looking, sound, stout-footed underneath. Just needs a bit more body shape and true dimension from up above. As we keep working down, I think, again, some good cattle, a calf that certainly has enough depth of body. Just need to see him get out and go with a bit more flexibility in his hind leg. Solid black calf here that can give you an awfully good look. I think he's plenty sound and flexible underneath. Just need to see a bit more true dimension right there to the base of his rib cage. Like to see a bit more shape to his edges from up above. As we keep moving down, I think certainly got a red brockle calf that if you study the front 2/3 of his body, you can really tie into this calf. Young man does an awesome job showing him. I like his shape from up above. I like his round body type, his added look from his shoulders forward. That hip and hind leg causes an issue for me. He doesn't really get out and go and use it with any kind of authority, and so you move a calf to that side of the ring that I think certainly has some good to him. As we keep going, you got another black calf here that's sound and comfortable. Just need to see a bit more dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. Got a baldy here that I think you certainly appreciate for it. It's at a length of body, one that's got more than enough shape from up above. Just need to see a little bit more drop to his midrib to make it all balance up there from the side. He too's built just a bit more up and down off of both ends. As we keep working through here, again, a good set of cattle and, again, an awesome set of kids hauling these things out here. They put a lot of work into these projects. Let's go ahead and show them our appreciation.
This is your second call for Class 11. Second call for Class 11 ABC steers.
Awesome set of them here, and I really like the way this top trio came together. A calf that I used to win, not much of a question on where to start. That one easily holds the advantage in terms of just true body shape, true dimension from up above, his added thickness from behind. I still think that he's the preference in terms of just his overall balance and eye appeal here from the side profile. He still gets out and goes with as much true comfort as any of them. He's maybe a little short in terms of his hip construction, but I think it actually helps him put it all together whenever he takes off and goes. Again, one that I really tie to in terms of his body shape, the way that he feeds right there to the back side of his shoulder. Got a Baldy that comes here next, and when that one is set into motion, I think you really tie into his kind. He's flexible and comfortable underneath. He's square and open in terms of his toe spread. A calf that comes with plenty of an easy feeding look right there through his midrib. And he's fresher and squarer to his edges when you study him from up above over the cattle directly behind him. A calf that to me still reads fresh and handles fresh over his 12th and 13th. So I put one that I like in terms of his flexibility standing there in second. Got one in third. Again, one I think he's certainly tied to in terms of his balance. One that still has a comfortable and attractive hip and hind leg. I like his added easy feed and look, but it's starting to work to his disadvantage just a bit. He's shelving off up high. He wants to get just a bit softer everywhere when you get your hands on him. Doesn't have just as much true pop when you get right in behind him in his center stifle and lower quarter. But I like his flexibility. I like his general appearance here from the side profile. Got a red calf coming here next that I think you certainly appreciate for his added shape when you get right in behind the cattle over the one directly in front of him. Again, I think when this young man gets him set up and he's doing an awesome job with him, he can get his head jerked up out of him, get plenty of extension up to his front end, puts it all together in terms of his top line. Send him into motion. That one comes with a few more question marks up front. He wants to splay out and be just a bit more up and down in terms of his shoulder and knee. A calf that's just a bit tighter right there in his heart and forehead. Got a gray calf that comes here next that I like in terms of just that lean cutability look that he offers in this particular class. He handles lean when you get your hands over his 12th and 13th. I like his shape from behind. A calf as you step back off him. Just like to power him up in terms of his feature. Like to see a bit more look and presence there from the side profile. On the opposite end of the spectrum, got a painted up calf here next that can give you an awfully good look. Neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder with some added extension. Stout featured, attractive in terms of his hip and hind leg, and reads right in the way he feeds back out of his sternum into his center body. When you send that one into motion, he comes in a few more pieces from his shoulder back into his heart and forehead. From behind the cattle in that top portion of this class, he has the most question marks in terms of if he has enough right there in his center stifle and as he feeds into his lower quarter. Got a gray calf that comes here next that I think represents a good kind. He's easy feeding. He's got enough dimension, just none of those extras. I'd like to see him a bit more powerful from behind the cattle. I'd like to see a bit more look here from the side profile, but I like his flexibility. I like his easy feeding look. Got a black calf that comes here next, as big-footed as any of them. Got some added shape from up above over the cattle directly in front of him. For me, just needs a bit more turn to his heart and forerib, how he feeds back into his flank to truly appreciate his added feature. Black calf coming next, offsets him. I like his body shape. A calf that just needs more look and eye appeal here from the side profile. A lighter smoky steer here coming next can give you a good look from the side profile, a bit more uncoordinated in terms of his movement off of both ends. Like to power him up in terms of his feature to make it all balance up from the side. Calf that closes has as much lean shape as any of them from up above. With that, I think it kind of goes hand in hand with his look. I'd like to see a bit more just body shape when you study him down low. Good class there. I think certainly an interesting and high-quality top trio.
Your results from Class 10 ABC steers. First in that class is Blakely Benson from Tom Green County 4-H. Second is Brandon Wolfel from Live Oak County 4-H. Third is Tayton Copeland from Live Oak County 4-H. Fourth is Jackson Cromines from Grandview FFA. Fifth is Kylie Tessman from Falls City FFA. Sixth is Brooks Griggs Bell from Gunter FFA. Seventh in that class is Caden Gimbler from Marion FFA. Eighth is Sean Foster from Alpine FFA. Ninth in that class is Jaden Boyd from Dawson County 4-H. 10th is Carson Suchmol from Williamson County 4-H. And 11th in that class is Blake Posey from Poth FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 11 ABC steers. As our judge selects through Class 11 of the ABCs, we would like to recognize that first through fifth in this class will sell. First through fifth will sell in Class 11 of the ABCs. Sydney Rainey, we have your wallet up here at the announcer's stand on the south end of the arena. Sydney Rainey.
Well, looking forward to sorting through this, what's remaining here in these heavyweight ABCs. I think we got a great deal of quality in the middle of the ring, and then we're going to send some out here. We got a young man here with a solid black calf that's got a big foot and flexible running gear underneath of him. Just like to see it all come together with a bit more presence here from the side profile. He's not near as square and shapely from up above as what I personally like to see, to give up just a bit more look and eye appeal there from the side profile, but I like his flexibility. As we keep moving, we got kind of a light brindle calf here. It's big-footed and as shapely as any of them, just a bit harsh and hard in terms of his body type, not near as comfortable in terms of his angles, what I'd like to see. Yellow baldy calf I think is interesting. He's flexible, he's deep-bodied. He's one that I think even has enough dimension. He's just a bit plain everywhere in terms of his general shape and overall appearance. He's starting to come with just a bit more fat coverage. You get your hands on him, they're what I deem acceptable. So you send one out the gate that's got enough just production value to him. Again, a good set of them as we keep working down here. Got a pair of black steers here that I think are fairly sound. I think they have enough strength to their top lines and enough dimension. Just don't put it all together with that added look and eye appeal in relation to the cattle in the middle of the ring. They don't have near as much just true expression when you study them from behind. As we keep moving down, I think a black calf here that's sound and flexible off of both ends. Just no extras there in that particular calf to get them here in the middle of the ring. Again, an awesome set of kids. As we send them out the ring, let's go ahead and show them our appreciation for coming out here and putting in some hard work.
Just a friendly reminder, all sale steers that are not breed champion or reserve breed champion need to have their steer in the loadout as soon as possible. And if you are putting your steer on the truck and you didn't make the sale, also get those steers out there as soon as possible as well. This is your first call for Class 12 Black AOB. First call for Class 12 Black AOB. This is your second call for Black AOB Class 12. Second call for Black AOB Class 12.
Good set of them here to close out our heavyweight ABCs, and the red calf to me is the combination calf of this particular lineup, one that has enough just true power and shape and dimension from up above to put him in the top portion of this class. Whenever you get him set up here from side profile is where I think he separates himself. One that comes with some added look and extension from his shoulders forward. I like his bold, fresh body type and how he still reads fresh to the base of his rib cage, back into his flank, goes to the ground on an attractive set of feet and legs. I think, again, one that you like an awful lot here in this particular class to represent the heavies. That one puts together an awfully good look, whether you're seeing him from the side or from behind. The calf here in second is my preference when I get my hands on him. When you get right in on the top side of the cattle, that one has the biggest fresh back shape in him. He handles good over his loin, and how he comes back out through his hip is impressive in a heavyweight set of steers. He still has, I think, a pretty decisive advantage in terms of just true pin width, center stifle, and how he carries that down into his lower quarter. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot size just a touch to match all that dimension he has from up above. He's maybe not near as out there in terms of his look from his shoulders forward, but true product and that meat animal look, that calf is one I think you certainly could get pretty excited about. The calf that comes here in third, this young man is sticking the daylights off of this one. I love how he gets his head pulled up out of him. He puts his top line together. He comes with some added feature at the surface. His lines and proportions here from the side profile is something that I'm drawn to. You send him into motion. He's just a bit more restricted in his hip and hind leg. He's not near as bold right there in his heart and forward as what I personally like to see him. So you put one that can give you a killer look standing there in third. Young man, you're doing an awesome job. The calf that comes here in fourth, I think, again, one from the side profile you can get excited about. Goes to the ground on an attractive hip and hind leg. He's got some fresh, lean shape from up above. I actually prefer him in terms of just his pin width over the calf directly in front of him, up there through his heart and forerib. And as you study him to the base of his rib cage, he's just a bit drier and harsher. So I put one that I like in terms of just his basic outline and how he goes to the ground, standing there in fourth. We keep working down the lineup. Got a gray, kind of white-footed one here coming next. That certainly represents a good kind. He's sound, he's flexible, he's big-footed and stout-featured. He's got enough body and just that easy-feeding look. From there, he's just a bit plainer in terms of his general appearance. I'd like to tidy him up in terms of his chest floor, pick him up and see him a shot more extended off of both ends to move up into the top portion of this class. But I like the way he covers the basics here in terms of his flexibility and that easy feeding look. Black calf coming next does a bit more of the same easy feeding, dimensional from behind, just a bit plainer in terms of his general shape. I'd like to see him square up with a bit more just true turn right there to the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to see a bit more just expression when you get right in behind this calf. But I like his kind, I like his body shape, I like his flexibility. The baldy calf that comes next had a bit of a disadvantage in terms of just weight and how he was turned in. A calf that's still flexible. He's long-bodied, he's lean. He can give you a good look. Just been out horsed right there through the center portion of his body. I'd like to see him get out and go with just a bit more athleticism in his hind leg. Black calf that comes next is easy feeding. I like his dimension from behind. A calf that, for me, to label him just kind of the functional, good-bodied, good kind is one that, to me, needs to get out and go with just a bit more flexibility in his hind leg. I'd like to tidy him up at the base of his shoulder. Got the heavyweight calf here in the heavyweights. He is the biggest one, and I think he still wears it well. He's big-footed and stout-featured. He's got enough dimension from behind. He's starting to plane up and just show his maturity up through his front end. Doesn't balance up near as appropriately there from the side. Calf coming next, shapely up high. Just like to see him bigger footed to make it all come together. Calf coming here next, a bit more the same. Enough true dimension, just a bit frail underneath to make it all balance up appropriately. Calf that comes here next, long and extended from his shoulders forward. Doesn't carry it with as much true power from up above. Calf that closes, certainly appreciate his depth of body, his flexibility and foot size. Just a bit too plain for me in terms of his body shape and shape from up above. Good class there. I think certainly a high quality top pair.
Your results from Class 11 ABCs. First in that class is Taylor Jeffrey from Vischer County 4-H. Second in that class is Sawyer May from Tahoka FFA. Third is J.C. Crosskoff from Pleasanton FFA. Fourth is Preston Lippen from Stonewall County 4-H. Fifth is Savannah Lindgren from Travis County 4-H. Sixth is Kaylin Nixon from Toller FFA. Seventh is Dylan Prokop from Llano County 4-H. Eighth is Mackenzie Schneider from Lexington FFA. Ninth is Kenan Buckner from Ropes FFA. 10th is Will Filippello from Brazos County 4-H. 11th is Halen Gimbler from Marion FFA. 12th is Atlee Homan from New Braunfels FFA. And 13th in that class is Isabella Hernandez from East Central FFA. Coming into the ring now is your class champions and second places from the ABC division. Your first place out of Class 8 is Gentry Gutierrez. Second out of Class 8 is Rylan Hensley. Your first place out of Class number 9 is Mallory Emery from Lubbock County 4-H. Second place out of Class 9 is Aubrey Turner from Bastrop County 4-H. Your class champion out of Class 10 is Blakely Benson from Tom Green County 4-H. Second out of that class is Brandon Wolfel from Live Oak County 4-H. Your class champion out of Class 11 is Taylor Jeffrey from Fisher County 4-H. And second in that class is Sawyer May from Tahoka FFA. If we could, go ahead and put your hands together for all the ABC steer exhibitors out here today. This is your last call for Class 12 Black AOBs. Last call for Class 12 Black AOB. Keelan Meter from Randall County 4-H, if you could bring your black AOB steer to the staging area at this time.
Well, an awesome set of them as we get back out here to select our champion ABC. If you would, please put your hands together for these kids one time. Awesome set of cattle, and certainly a great deal of numbers here in this particular breed. I know last year I used an ABC for reserve, and so I kind of got labeled, I guess, down here as an ABC lover. But I'll be honest, I think these cattle are awesome. And not only are they ones that have the right kind of flexibility at the surface more times than not, but then they now still have plenty of dimension and come with certainly some extras as we get them back out here. And there's plenty of them to pick from. So if you can't find your type and kind, I think you just need to keep looking, because they come in all shapes and sizes. And for a guy like myself that just likes the basics covered, and then after that we can go for some extras, I think we saw plenty of cattle come through this ring that fit that mold and fit me awfully well. So one more time, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors. I'll go get you a champion in reserve. Not much of a question for me on where to go here in this particular breed, and a calf that I used to win there that I think if you like the basics covered in terms of genuine width and dimension, that calf does it to a very high degree. He's so opened up and square in terms of his body shape and remains so consistent in terms of his topside spread. He gets out and goes as comfortably as any of them, goes to the ground on a big set of feet and legs, and when she gets it all put together today from the side profile, he can give you as good a look as any of them. I think it gets just a shot closer, and for me it comes down to these, I guess, 3 remaining out of the last 3 classes. The calf that comes out of Class 2 comes with as many extras as any of them. He's as shapely and square right there to the backside of his shoulder as any of the cattle we've seen to this point today. I like his stout featured look as he goes to the surface. A calf that comes in maybe just a few more pieces. I'd like to see his shoulder tied just a bit neater into his forerib. I'd like to see him hook up just a bit stronger down the top side of his skeleton, and then see his tail head laid in just a bit neater to the backside of his hip. But again, in terms of look and feature and shape, that one takes it all just a shot further. The calf that comes second out of our grand, I think that one, again, in terms of basics, is flexible. He's got body. He's got enough dimension. He comes with an adequate look here from the side profile. In terms of just overwhelming shape or squareness from behind, I think maybe is just a shot lacking here in this particular lineup. But I love his flexibility, and one that can give you an awfully good look. The calf that comes out of the heavyweights, he's fighting this young lady just a little bit, but when she gets it all put together, I think that one can give you a killer look. Long and extended from his shoulder forward. I think one for having some added length of body here from the side profile remains very collected, and I like the way he's put together in his bottom line from his sternum back into his center body and flank. He goes to the ground on a stout, attractive set of feet and legs, and of the cattle in this particular lineup, takes size out of it. He has the most true spread working right there to the backside of his shoulder. He's going to be a reserve here in this particular breed. Congratulations.
And your champion ABC steer goes to Miss Blakely Benson from Tom Green County 4-H. Your reserve champion ABC steer comes out of Class 11, Miss Taylor Jeffrey from Fisher County 4-H. Just a friendly reminder, if you make the sale here today, you need to take those steers to the truck immediately unless you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion. If you did not make the sale and you want your steer to go to Loadout, please take them as soon as possible. Also, if you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion today that hasn't seen me at the announcer stand, please come find me on the south side of the arena up in the announcer's booth. Thank you. We need Keelan Meter from Randall County 4-H or a representative from Randall County 4-H to please come to the staging area immediately. Coming into the ring now is Class 12 Black AOB. Coming into the ring now is Class 12 Black AOB. If I could get London and Lincoln Graham to come see me at the announcer stand real quick. Also Kylie Brown as well, if you'll come see me at the announcer stand on the south end of the arena. As our judge selects through this first class of Class 12 AOB Black, there will be 1 through 5 make the sale. First place through 5th place will make the sale in this class.
Great way to kick us off here in our black division, and certainly a great deal of quality here on this side of the ring we're about to sort through. And then, as I've said over and over again and getting to sound a bit like a broken record, I think we still have some quality on this side of the ring. As we look back down the lineup, a set of cattle I think have enough just shape and dimension, maybe some structural issues that you'd like to change here or there. The calf that stands third in the lineup I think represents that in terms of his body shape, his turn from up above, just like to set him back and angle to his shoulder and knee. A calf I'd like to see get out and go with just a bit more authority out of his hip and hind leg. Young lady has a calf here that's shaped up, gives you a wild look from his shoulders forward. Just like to see him fill back into his flank with a bit more just true dimension. A calf that's just a bit more up and down in terms of his ankle set when you study him there off his rear too, but I like his shape from up above, his look and extension from his shoulders forward. Young man has a long, strong top calf here as we come down the line. I like his attractiveness in terms of his hip and hind leg. To me, he's just a bit front heavy. In terms of his balance, I'd like to see him just a bit bolder right there to the base of his rib cage. Young lady here from on top of the cattle can give you as good a look as any of them. I like his shape and squareness right there to the backside of his shoulder and how he handles there over his loin and out through his hip. A calf that just needs to come with a bit more depth of body and easy feeding look to move up in this particular lineup. Good set of cattle, an awesome set of kids. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
This is your second call for Class 13, Black AOB. Second call for Class 13, Black AOB. This is your last call for Class 13, last call for Class 13 AOB Black.
Good trio of them here to kick off in our black AOB division, and I think certainly a calf that I used to win here that can withstand some competition. Stout featured, opened up and square in terms of his basic build and design. A calf that's bold and powerful in terms of his body shape, and he matches that when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. As you step back off him, outside of him maybe being just a shot ugly-headed, that one proportions out neat from his chest back into his midrib and flank. He still remains fresh in that regard. I think he's attractive in terms of his lower skeleton. Again, an awfully nice place to start here in this first class of blacks. The calf that comes here second, I like his flexibility. In this particular lineup, he gets out and goes with as much reach and flex off of both ends. I like his easy feeding look right there through his center body. Over the calf that comes in third. From the side profile, I think he remains collected down his top line and out through his hip. I'd like to see him maybe just a bit neater from his shoulders forward and a shot more tucked up in his chest floor for being in this lightweight class. But I think that's getting hard on a calf that certainly puts a lot of good things together, mostly in terms of his basics. The calf that comes here in third of the lightweight class is the lightweight. And I think as you take that kind of out of it, the fact that he maybe doesn't come with quite as much fat cover as a few of these other cattle, then you can truly appreciate just how square and opened up this calf is right there to the backside of his shoulder. He's big and fresh over his loin and out through his hip, gives you a neat look from his shoulders forward. As you compare him back to those two directly ahead of him, I'd like to see a bit more turn to the base of his rib cage. I'd like to see him just a shot more athletic in his hind leg, but I think a calf that certainly does a lot of things right. The calf that comes here in fourth is a bit more like the two that start the class in terms of body shape, foot size, the way that one gets out and goes in his hip and hind leg. Up front, I'd like to change him just a touch. See him neater in terms of where his shoulder lays into his skeleton and set him back in his angle up front, and then hook him in just a bit stronger right there in his heart and forward. Again, shoulders back. I think that one does a lot of things right. The calf that comes here next is certainly one that's impressive. Up high, he opens up as big and fresh as any of them. I think certainly one that gives you a powerful view when you step right in behind the cattle. From a balance standpoint, he leaves a bit to be desired. He's a bit front heavy. I'd like to see him bolder right there in his midrib and how he feeds back into his flank. A calf, I don't know if he's just a bit injured or timid-footed off those rear two. He never wants to just get out and go in terms of setting down at his ankle, but I like his power. I like his shape from up above. Young lady has an awesome calf here from shoulders back. That one's as fresh and bold in his body type as any of them. I actually prefer his hip and hind leg over a lot of cattle here in this particular class. Up front is where I'd like to change him. He needs to be set further back and angled to his shoulder and knee. He could be just a bit stouter featured at the surface to move up, or make it just a bit a touch tougher there to move him up any higher in this particular class. The calf that comes here next is one that I certainly appreciate in terms of his easy feeding look right there through his midrib. Again, one that has more than enough dimension from up above. From a balance standpoint is where he works down the lineup. I'd like to neaten him up in his chest floor versus where his flank sets in him. He doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably in terms of his spine. Calf that comes next, I'd like to see him just set further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, and I think that changed things up because he's big-footed, he's stout-featured and powerful from behind the cattle. Calf that comes next, neat-looking shoulders forward, fresh and lean in his type and kind. For his added frame, I'd like to see him accompany it with a bit more depth of body. Calf that comes next, lean, fresh, and high cutability. Just need more flexibility off of both ends. Calf that closes off sets him. He's flexible. He's got enough depth of body and that easy feeding look. Just need a bit more shape and power when you get right in behind the cattle. Good class of them there. I think certainly a high-quality top pair.
Boy, talk about another good class as we get in here to Black AOB Class 12. Results are as followed. First in that class is Keelan Poe from Needville FFA. Second is Bryson Cole from Roby FFA. Third in that class is Haley Morad from Jim Ned FFA. Fourth is Kinley Limberg from Marion FFA. Fifth is Luke Galick from Lake Creek FFA. Sixth in that class is Reese Thane from Guadalupe County 4-H. Seventh is Bailey Sulik from Lake Travis FFA. Eighth is Mariah Baker from Kerr County 4-H. Ninth is Benjamin Novosad from Burleson County 4-H. 10th is Chloe Powell from McCullough County 4-H. And 11th is Bo McBee from Wilson County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 13 Black AOB. Also, we would like to add that after we conclude the Black AOBs today, The loadout will be open 30 minutes after we conclude the black AOBs. Loadout will be open 30 minutes after we conclude the black AOB. Also, if I could get the breed champion and reserve breed champion ABC exhibitors to come see me up at the announcer stand. Breed champion and reserve breed champion ABC exhibitors, please come see me at the announcer stand. As we bring class 13 in, we'd like to add that 1st through 5th in this class will make the sale. Class 13, we will have 5 steers make the sale. This is your first call for Class 14 Black AOB. First call for Class 14 Black AOB. This is your second call for Class 14 Black AOB. Second call for Class 14 Black AOB.
Good set of them here in the middle weight of the blacks, and I think certainly a good set of them we're about to sort through in the middle of the ring. And as I've said over and over again, some high-quality cattle are about to go out of this ring. And I think if you like your things just a little differently or you have different preferences than me, there's some cattle here that are walking out that you can certainly tie to. Young lady has one directly in front of me. Sound, comfortable, easy feeding. Just need to see a bit more product when you get right behind that calf to move him to the center of the ring. But I think certainly in terms of just his basic function, that calf does a lot of things right. Young lady here with the maroon jacket, I think has one that certainly appreciate from just a fresh, lean shape aspect, one that certainly has a bold body shape, one that for me just needs to get out and go with a bit more flexibility off of both ends. Like to see that one come with a bit more drop and I guess turn to the base of his rib cage. Got a black and white calf here that's dense in terms of his body type, powerful off of either end. Just need to see him get out and go with more confidence and athleticism. A calf that I think gets just a bit rounder in terms of his general design. As we keep working here, young lady doing a nice job with a calf that's good looking, shoulders forward, dead level down his top line and flexible at the surface. Just need to power him up in terms of his body shape. See a bit more turn when you get right behind that one. As we keep moving here, young lady in the red, I think has one that certainly in terms of just a powerful body type and shape and dimension from behind, makes a strong case to make to the middle. He's just a bit too tight and restricted off his hip and hind leg. I'd like to see a bit more extension from his shoulders forward. Again, an awesome class here. If you would, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors.
This is your third call for Class 14, Black AOB. Third call for Class 14, Black AOB.
Good trio here, and I think certainly some nice trade-offs between 2 and 3. Never a question on where to start. Got an awfully nice one here to kick off this class, and I think when you're talking about just look, eye appeal, freshness, smoothness, some added dimension from up above, he's my preference in this particular class. He's maybe not the stoutest featured as you go to the ground in comparison to the 2 cattle directly behind him, but from an individual standpoint, I never call him out for that. Again, one I like when set in motion in terms of the way he reaches and uses his spine. I really like that one's body shape and how smooth he is in his transition from his shoulder back into his forerib and still have that kind of body type and look there up through his front 1/3. An awfully nice place to start here in this particular class. Young man doing an awesome job getting that one shown. Again, 2 and 3 has some neat trade-offs, and honestly, the biggest hang-up I have with my calf in second is the way he's built in his bottom line. He's got a bit more low-hanging chest versus maybe being just a bit harder right there in his body. His added sheath kind of throws things off just a touch. But past that, that's a calf I think does a lot of things to a very high degree in this particular class. He gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. He matches my class winner in terms of just fresh, lean shape from up above and the way he's built out through his hip and carries that to his stifle. A calf that can give you a killer look from his shoulders forward. Young lady doing an awesome job getting this one shown. Again, from up above, or when you study the top portion of that calf skeleton, I think it can give you a killer look. The calf that comes here in thirds maybe a bit safer in terms of just being a bit more conservative in his muscle shape. He's got just a touch more on him in terms of cover. And if you want to tell me he's the calf in this class that has the best chance of grading choice or of those first trio, I wouldn't argue with you. He's still big-footed. He's flexible off of both ends in terms of his angles. Biggest thing for me is he's getting just a touch mature in terms of his crest, the way he's built down into his chest and shoulder. He's maybe starting to plane up just a bit in terms of his shape up high. But again, one that's got such an easy feed and bold body type. I really do appreciate his added foot size and flexibility off of both ends. Again, we got a young man there doing an awesome job getting him shown. As we move down the line, we got a calf coming here next, again with a bold, powerful body type, one that goes to the ground with some added feature. For me, from there, he's one that wants to plane out just a bit more in his hip and how he carries his shape down into his stifle. A calf that's not near as neat looking up through his shoulder and how he builds there up through his front 1/3. Got a calf here that comes in fifth that I think on the stand can give you a neat look. He's extended and high tying up through his front 1/3. Dead level down his top line. He goes to the ground with some added foot size. He's fresh in terms of his body type, set into motion, and you can start to see it a bit whenever he relaxes. He's built just a bit too up and down up through his front 1/3, or up through his shoulder and knee, a calf I'd like to power up in terms of his forerib shape. As we keep working, we got a calf here that I think you certainly appreciate in terms of just his bold, powerful body type, a calf that's stout and dimensional from behind the cattle. He's so long-bodied, it makes it just a bit harder for him to balance up appropriately, a calf that doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably or attractive in his hip and hind leg. Calf comes here next, gives you a wild look up through his front 1/3, and he still has plenty of power from up above. He's fresh and lean to the touch right there to the backside of his shoulder, and has plenty of dimension from behind. For me, he starts to look just a bit harsher, harder in terms of his jawline, and he matches that right there in his forerib and how he feeds down into his body. So you put one with plenty of lean shape and a wild look from his shoulder forward down the lineup. Got a calf coming here next, big-footed, stout-featured, powerful, just a bit too restricted off of both ends. Calf that comes here next, bold and dimensional in terms of his body type. Just like to change him up in terms of his balance there from the side profile. Calf that comes here next, long and extended shoulders forward, lean and high cutability from up above. Doesn't balance up quite like I like him from chest to flank. Calf that comes here next, bold and dimensional in terms of his midrib. Plenty of power from behind, just doesn't put it all together with that right kind of balance and show steer to look here from the side profile. Calf that closes, has plenty of shape and expression from up above, just a bit too tight and restricted off of both ends. Good class there. I think certainly a standout class winner.
Your results from Class 13 Black AOB steers. First is Tucker Wells from Guadalupe County 4-H. Second is True Schrader from Thrall FFA. Third is Kagan O'Leary. Fourth is Courtney Burrell from Agricultural Science and Technology. Fifth is Bobby Schubert from Hayes County 4-H. Sixth is Haley Riley from Lexington FFA. Seventh is Cade Pape from Marion FFA. Eighth is Madeline Williams from Mason FFA. Ninth is Coney Barnett from Wise County 4-H. 10th is Kylie Wing from Cisco FFA. 11th is Kirsten Fay from Stockdale FFA. And 12th is Ryan Pena from Bear County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 14 Black AOB steers. As our judge selects through Class 14, we would like to remind you that Loadout will be open 30 minutes after we conclude the Black AOBs. 30 minutes after we conclude the Black AOBs for Loadout. If you have a steer that made the sale that isn't a breed champion or reserve breed champion, those steers need to go to the truck as soon as possible. And if you have a steer that didn't make the sale that you would like to go on the truck, please have them out there as soon as possible as well.
Awesome class here to close out today as we get through the heavyweights here in our black crosses, and I think certainly a great deal of quality we're about to sort through as we look back down this lineup. You got a Bronco face here that's sound and comfortable, good looking up front. Just like to see a bit more true product when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. Young lady directly behind him in the green. I like this one's just body shape, his overall powerful look. As he sent him into motion, he's just not near as coordinated out of his hip and hind leg is what I'd like to see, starting to get just a touch stale whenever you get your hands on him, but certainly a nice calf there in terms of just power and dimension there through his center body. As we keep moving down this line, a young man in a maroon shirt has one that's shapely and powerful from up above. Like to change that one up just a bit in terms of his balance here from the side profile. See him get out and go with just a bit more athleticism in his hind leg. Black, white-legged calf, one that certainly can give you a good look up front, one that's shapely and truly expressive down the top side of his skeleton. Just need to change him up in terms of his basic build at the surface. He wants to get just a bit more restricted off of both ends. Bronco face turning the corner over here is one that I like in terms of his look, shoulders forward, one that's got enough shape and expression from up above. He's a bit frail at the surface, not near as attractive in terms of his hind leg set. Good set of cattle heading out the ring right now. Let's give all those exhibitors a good round of applause.
As Nick sorts through this last class of black AOBs, we would like to remind you that if you make the sale here today and you're not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, those steers need to make their way to the truck as soon as possible. And if you don't make the sale here today, but you would like to put your steer on the truck, please do that as soon as possible as well. We will have 30 minutes after we select the champion black AOB for you to do that. So please do it as soon as possible. Thank you. As our judge sorts through the top end of this class, we'd like to remind you that first through fifth in this class sell, first through fifth in this class will sell.
Good set of them here as we close out in our heavyweights. And I don't know that one of these things necessarily steps out and needs to win in this particular lineup. The top four all have some pretty big trade-offs. The calf that I used to win, I'll be the first to tell you, I wish he was a bit stouter featured at the surface. I wish he was just a bit more extended from his shoulders forward. But in terms of the basics in this particular class, he certainly elevates himself in that regard. He's sounder than the calf directly behind him up through his shoulder and knee. He's just a bit bolder and fresher in terms of his body type and opens back square out of the backside of his shoulder over the calf in third and has as much true power and product when he steps right behind the cattle as any of them. I think whenever you step back off this calf, although you'd maybe like to change him in a few areas, he still proportions up neat here from the side profile. And again, I'm drawn to his body shape. I like his added power in turn when he's studying from up above. A nice place to start here in this particular class. Outside of the calf in second, shoulder and knee, I think this is one you can really get excited about. He's higher tying up to his front 130s, a bit neater at the base of his shoulder. A calf that's dead level down his top line and has some lean, fresh shape and boldness to his center body. A calf, as I said there a second ago, I need to set him back in his shoulder and knee. Like to see him get out and go with just a touch more athleticism at his front end because he honestly reaches fairly good out of his hip and hind leg. Still a lot of good in that particular calf. We got one of the heavier weight cattle here in third, and I think one that still does a lot of things right in terms of the basics. He's big-footed. He's sound and comfortable off of both ends. For being as long-bodied as he is, he still balances up appropriately here from the side profile. And for one that's coming with a touch more maturity, again, I still think he can give you an awfully neat look as you step back off him. A calf that's maybe starting to show a bit of his age when you study him right there to the backside of his shoulder or get your hands on him. He's maybe starting to plane up just a touch. He doesn't have quite as much just expression in his center stifle and lower quarter as the two cattle directly ahead of him, but certainly one that I think represents this weight awfully well. I like his feet and legs, and I like his general balance from the side profile. Got a good team here in fourth, and I think a calf that continues to work up the line because he's sound, he's comfortable, he's got a fresh back shape in him. I like his bold body type, and a calf that can give you a neat look from his shoulders forward. To move up any higher in this particular lineup, I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot size and how he goes to the surface and just power him up a bit right there in his heart and forward. But an awfully nice calf there that I like in terms of his flexibility and his added shape and power from up above. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Appreciate those kids helping that young man, and certainly proud of that young man for coming out here bringing us a good calf. Got a Brockle face calf here that comes next. I like his look and extension from his shoulders forward, and he's awfully square and dimensional right there to the backside of his shoulder. He reads right in terms of his proportions from his sternum back into his center body and flank. When he set him into motion, he wants to drop his shoulder just a touch. I'd like to see him reach with just a bit more athleticism and flexibility in his hind leg to move up in this particular lineup, but I really appreciate that one's fresh square turn right there to the backside of his shoulder. Again, one of the heavier weight cattle here. The white-legged steer is one that I like in terms of just his feature, one that's certainly bold in terms of his body type, and can still give you a neat look here from the side profile when you take just his added maturity out of it. I think he proportions up correctly. He's starting to show his age to the top side of his crest and up there through his face, one that maybe wants to plane up just a touch more when you get your hands on him, but certainly a powerful kind of a calf that you got to appreciate for his added stoutness and feature. Calf that comes here next offsets him in terms of just a bit more fresh, firm handle, a calf that I like in terms of his lean shape up above when you analyze him in comparison to a few of the cattle directly ahead of him. As I step back off of him, just need to see that one balance up more appropriately. He's a bit too cresty to the top side of his neck relative to being a bit more streamlined in terms of his body shape. A calf for me doesn't get out and go quite as confidently in his hip and hind leg. Got a baldy calf here coming next. When stopped and set up, this young lady can get an awfully good silhouette out of him. He's high tying, he's long and level down his top line. He's good in terms of his body shape and the way that he's built to the base of his rib cage. Set him into motion and study him from a three-quarter shot. He wants to play out just a bit more right there in his heart and forward and how he feeds down into his lower quarter and stifle. Calf that comes next, a bit off in terms of his balance, but I like his power from up above, so you keep that calf out here in this particular lineup. Got a white-legged one that I think you certainly appreciate for his added feature and expression from up above. Just need to see him get out and go with more true flexibility, clean him up in terms of his joint work when he turns and goes away. Calf that comes here next, lean, high cut ability from up above. Just need to see him get out and go with more flexibility off of both ends, have a bit more comfort built in to his lower joints. Got a white-legged calf that closes, powerful from behind the lineup. Just comes apart in terms of his general balance when you turn him loose and get him going here in this particular class. Good class, certainly a high-quality top pair.
Your results from Class 14 Black AOB steers. First in that class is Jet James from Prosper FFA. Second is Ross Edwards from Llano County 4-H. Third is the family favorite Stratton Shirts from Ropes FFA. Fourth is Creighton Rains from Sweetwater FFA. Fifth is Kaylee Serta from Marion FFA. Sixth is Kendall Hoffman from O'Donnell FFA. Seventh is Maddox McCullum from Montague County 4-H. Eighth is Kylie Rungden from Tomball FFA. Ninth in that class is Alexandra Kalina from Runnels County 4-H. 10th is Bryce Baca from Hendrickson FFA. 11th is Audrey Felix from Poth FFA. And 12th is Harley Smith from Waller County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class champions and second places from each AOB Black class. Coming out of Class 12, first in that class was Keelan Poe from Needville FFA. Second in that class was Bryson Cole from Roby FFA. Coming out of Class 13, first was Tucker Wells from Guadalupe County 4-H, and second is True Schrader from Thrall FFA. Coming out of Class 14, first was Jet James from Prosper FFA, and second is Ross Edwards from Llano FFA. Go ahead and put your hands together for all the Black AOB exhibitors out here today. As our judge selects through these class champions, we would like to remind you that you have 30 minutes after we select the champions to get your steers to the truck. 30 minutes after we select the champion here to get your steers loaded on the truck. Just a quick announcement before he selects a champion. We need Siler Morehart from Stevens County, Letty Churchwell from Randall County, and Amanda Roberts from Williamson County. If you have an AOC steer, you three folks need to see the superintendents. We need to check those cattle because you didn't go through classification.
Well, if you would please one time, if you're still ringside, put your hands together for all these exhibitors here in our black crosses. A good set of them as we get them back out here. I think certainly a set of cattle that pair up together and put a lot of things together in the right way. As we look back down in our first place is the calf that comes out of the first class, bold-bodied, powerful, dimensional, a calf that certainly appreciate for his added feature and attractiveness as he goes to the ground. One that for me maybe just a little ugly in terms of his head, and maybe you'd like to see him just a touch neater in terms of his crest, but shoulders back, that one's proportions, that one's body shape, that one's power is something that a guy can get pretty fired up about. I think certainly a nice calf there out of the lightweights. The calf that comes out of class 2, I think certainly one that takes it a step further in terms of those extras. I like his bold, fresh body type, his added shape from up above, and how smooth he is in terms of his general design for all that power that he has from up above. And then he, again, has some added look, some extension, some wowiness up through his front 1/3, one that's attractive and certainly gets out and goes with plenty of reach off of both ends. As I said there earlier, maybe if you want to analyze him in comparison to a few of the other cattle in this lineup, you could stouten him up in terms of his foot size just ever so slightly. But I think that's getting critical of a calf that puts a lot of neat things together. Calf that comes out of the heavies corrects him, I guess you'd like to say, in terms of his foot size, a bit more feature underneath in relation to the calf directly in front of him. I like that one's body type. I think one that you certainly appreciate for being fresh and firm to the touch. For me, he needs to be just a bit neater in terms of his shoulder construction. I'd like to see him just a bit higher tying and have a bit more extension from his shoulders forward. But again, powerful. In that class, he was the most flexible off of both ends, and certainly a nice representative there out of the heavyweights. If you would, please, one more time, put your hands together. I'll get you a champion reserve here in the black crosses.
And your champion black AOB steer goes to Miss Tucker Wells from Guadalupe County 4-H.
As we come back out here for our reserve selection, I'll be honest, this to me is the closest decision I've had here to this point today, and I think you can make a strong case for each and every one of these cattle. The calf that comes out of that second class is one, as I said there earlier, from an aesthetic standpoint, I'd like to change him up in the way he's built to the base of his rib cage, tidy him up in his chest floor, maybe clean him up in terms of his sheath just a touch and see him a bit fuller back into his rear rib and flank. But I think when you analyze him in comparison to, quite honestly, a pair of cattle on either side of him that are a bit more alike in their type of kind than they are different, that's the neat looking one. From his shoulders forward, that's the one that has the most true fresh shape from up above relative to his weight. He's got as much pin width and expression from behind, and honestly takes as long and comfortable a stride off of both ends as any of them out here. For me, the one out of that middleweight division, the second, is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
And your reserve champion, black AOB steer, goes to Miss True Schrader out of Class 13. Congratulations to Mr. Tucker and Miss True for a great division. Let's go ahead and give all those kids a round of applause, and we will see you back here tomorrow.